Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our Republic, second consecutive day. We are going to build out our oil field and see how it goes. Hello Pilsbear, hello Victor Cax, welcome. Last time we set up a pollution monitoring station next to our oil field, and we're waiting for winter to hit to see how far the pollution spreads. It'll probably be possible to have a heating plant in the oil field, then we would have to up the amount of worker deliveries to the area. We already have the bus end station that they can use to make that trip. But then we probably need a bus stop, heating plant, coal delivery. The coal delivery of which we are setting up right now is going to be by truck with a distribution office, so it shouldn't be too bad. We're extracting our own oil. There's no more oil imports happening. The oil imports have now stopped. Should stop permanently. We didn't do those for very long. But yeah, they got the oil refinery up and running and made sure we had enough US currency to keep running our current setup. We need to get up to 100 million US dollars and an equivalent amount of rubles to buy a ship and import electronics in US dollars instead. That ship is not going to run very often. I guess since I have 2 ships for grain, maybe I can set up one of them to occasionally do the electronic import manually. Because it only has to happen every like half a decade. But yeah, we would need the money first. And for that we kind of need to start exporting bitumen to the west. That's how we're going to get our money to switch over the electronic import from east to west. And then at that point we're probably going to make a decent amount of money continuously. More workers here would be nice. The oil refinery could run at a higher throughput. The oil supply seems quite good. But of course, as we add more workers, that number would change. We're at minus 30 degrees. I don't know. Oh, our first fire in the oil field. Let's see if the fire stations work correctly. Seems like they do. Yeah. Heating plant somewhere in this area in walking distance of the tram stop would be a possibility. It would pollute this whole area more, but it would provide us with heating for Dunitity outskirts and some way into the new location. Although, yeah, I guess with a heat pumping station we could probably reach everything. Hello Dentrasi, you just got here? Well, I'm sorry, but the stream has to shut down now. Those are the rules, that's how we do it. When someone says, I just got here, we gotta shut down the stream. Yeah. That's how that goes. So yeah, we could have a heating plant in this area. Footpath wise, that should work. They can walk down here, probably an underground pass through underneath the rails, and coming back out on that side and right next to the heating plant, I believe. Coal storage in the area with a conveyor tower. Although since we're transporting by truck, we don't really need the... well, we do need the conveyor, otherwise the storage is going to run out, give us the warning message, and then the internal storage will have already been fully emptied out. So yes, we will be using a conveyor. Electricity, water, and sewage are present. Next research point will go into the oil power plant. That's going to make our electric network a whole lot more robust, and it is not a late game industry, which will be nice. We'll set up a bus platform. We also have to make sure that the people actually can reach here. Let's see if that'll work. That's enough distance coverage. Alright, from here, height 10 meters to 24, so 14 meters of difference. So it needs to be at a depth of 14 meters. Otherwise it's going to look like it's going downwards. If we do that at 25, it should be the proper elevation. So this should look like it's flat. Well, I gotta make it shorter. Oh, it even tells us the height. Okay. Well, 10 meters. Let's put it here? Depths of... 9 meters, I guess? That goes downwards, doesn't it? No, it goes up. 10 to 16. Why does it look like it's going upwards? I mean, that's good enough. Does it reach? Yes. So heating plant will be supplied from our tram line at this rate. It has to be connected correctly. It has to be pretty. There. Okay. Yeah, I think that's gonna be our heating plant here. We'll try it, see how bad the pollution gets after. There is some area available here. This could probably be some commercial extension, which does not care too much about pollution, I don't think. We could also make it a green belt, have some trees there instead. Hello, Hank. Welcome. Where's the closest fire truck to this? That's concerning. That is quite concerning. Why was there a delay in emergency response here? I guess we'll have to rebuild something because these are so frickin' slow. Oh well. We'll build a fire station here. I'm not sure why there was a delay. Because if that thing burns down, then our warehouses are not safe. So I'm thankful it was only the fuel loading station. And nothing too important. Let me know when that is done. If fire buggies came out over here and it burned down, burn it down. Alright, it happens. It's not a huge deal. It's a quick rebuild. We have enough fuel where it doesn't matter. Not to worry. Oh, really? Oh well. Pure ash, very nice. Could probably put a single dump here and deal with all of it. I guess we could use a free dump for now. But then the distribution office wouldn't work because that one's handling also other mixed waste that it would dump in there. So no, it'll be fine. Dump it in the river? No. We will not. Tis a terrible idea. Like if our food storage would have burned down like that? Disaster. That would have been horrible. There's fire trucks in here, which is good. I'm not sure why. Oh, I bought them for the oil field probably. But yeah, having some response vehicles inside our storage is probably going to be very handy. Well, you have to deconstruct the tracks to rebuild the refueling building? No, it's gonna pop out a new construction building on its own. I just have to start it. So, it's already in place. Nothing else has to be changed to reconstruct it. Similar to when an earthquake strikes, you don't have to completely remove it. Hello Hailstorm, welcome. It is nearing mid of January, and pollution doesn't seem to creep too far into the city. But yeah, once we get a heating plant set up here, there will be a lot more, not a heat exchanger, there will be a lot more workers that can move into this area. And I guess there's room for another one. Might need another one over here, because we'll probably have some housing going towards the hill. So we'll probably have a heat pumping station somewhere near the tram stop. And then spread out the heating into our current residential area. And one line over here, maybe one back up the hill. I could see that. Important building, right next to the fire station, seems like a good idea. That way it can get extinguished as quickly as possible. So yeah, hook this up. Now we're gonna have crossing heating pipes, which I don't like. But with the redundancy system, I guess it makes sense. Can't have that be changed, I think. Okay, the interest, it's going up quite high. Looking pretty bad. At least the subterranean pipes don't burn. Hopefully. Distribution office is also ready. spending 1 million per vehicle. Go here and then unload somewhere in there. You pleased with the new system's performance and handling of the game? Yes, my Mega City can run at 40 FPS now, which is really cool. Very happy with it. So there might be an early start Mega City happening at some point. I'm not sure if the assignments are going to still be with the building. Distribution office might have to be hooked up again, but sometimes it keeps them. I think it will keep the assignment to the building. Just have to wait and see. I guess I could check here. It doesn't seem to be assigned currently. And we'll see what happens when the construction is done. Just a bit more concrete and steel. I'll be fine. I guess I don't have a fire station up here? I had to come up from this path and next to the heating plant, and this was just too far away apparently. Okay, can we reach the heat pumping station with the heating pipe? I haven't checked yet. I assume we can. Yes. Yes, we got enough distance. We'll use the outermost connection. That would be quite the dig. But I think I'm okay with that, because I don't know about how I will flatten this terrain later on. It's gonna be an expensive heating pipe to build. 8,600 days. 800 tons of gravel. I mean... No, we should be able to raise it up, and then we can flatten the terrain out more. Actually, I should just flatten the terrain right now. Just so we can place the heating pipe and make it efficient. Alright, so the line we want to take is this. Not with that elevation, but we know we want to be here. And then somewhere coming out on this side. Okay, that seems fine. And then here, up to the hill. And then we have to go up. And it should be ending somewhere that way. Somewhere close to this. Don't use the snapping. Somewhere here, I guess. Let's bring it close to the border. Oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. Well, that's everything. Okay. So, snapping somewhere here. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. That's pretty close. And then just go down to the other one. Maybe bring it past here a little bit. Yeah, it seems fine. Compared to the 8,600 workdays, this is going to be 1,600. So a little bit of time saved. We'll have one more connection going out this way onto the hill, one connection going here, maybe supplying heating to the area a little bit more. Having some extra houses on this side is definitely something we could get. Coal should be delivered to the aggregate station automatically, which is good. Now we can change our routes again. So loading will happen from here now instead of the conveyor tower. We used as an emergency. And then all the distribution offices will also have to be changed. Our single distribution office will have to be changed. That it can pick up coal from that loading station now. Similar to this one. Still waiting on the dump trucks to arrive here. This building has been constructed. It is not assigned. So I will go back to the rail distribution office and give it a new assignment. Unload fuel and bitumen here if it drops below 50% for any of them. And we have at least 3 train cars or 4 train cars heading that way, not earlier. Got electricity. More coal, very good. It's going to balance the coal deliveries out between all the loading stations. Yeah, I'll probably put like a commercial area up here if the pollution goes that far. Should be okay. Okay, bring workers to places. When you will need to assign the fire station as a destination building. Tram can't reach, so I'll have to get the workers from the train platform. But I mean, it's too distant. It clearly shows that it works. Oh, I was on the tram line. Everything is fine. Make sure the fire station is staffed. After we build it, we have to reassign it. After the construction is done. That will get it built quickly. And yeah, then we'll have a fire station up there protecting our resources for the city. If the goods warehouse would have burned down. Oh my god, our rubles are looking so bad. Alright, we'll stop importing electronics now too, I think. Sovskoy. No electronics. Bogdansk. No electronics. And no electronics for you either. You will have your route changed. You're loading electronics now as much as you can. Not here. Unload whatever you have, load electronics. Bring them to this warehouse. That's so risky, there's no fire station nearby. But before that, you do that, go here and refuel. And then after that, go into storage. So go to the border, sell whatever you have, go to the grain harbor. I guess you can load mechanical components if there are any. Then go to the cargo harbor to unload the electronics, and then go back to the dock. Currently there's no way to load the electronics from here onto the rail network, which we still kind of need. So we'll have to transport them from this area to a storage so that we can bring them out on the rail network. I guess we could make another rail distribution office, but that just for electronics that seems overkill. It's probably possible to just transport them by truck everywhere. I don't think we're using that many. Yeah, we only imported 100 tons. We can probably import them. We can probably transport them by distribution office. However, I really would like to have a fire station down there. Closer to the warehouse that's going to hold mass amounts of electronics. Has electricity, water and sewage. Another fire station. Do we have a gas station here? I don't think I built one yet. I mean, the closest one is not that far away. But it's still not ideal. Okay. We can have fire trucks. Ten, 9, there. Make sure the fire station is staffed. I could get a lot more walking distance if I just let them walk out here, I guess. That would be a lot shorter. And it might look kinda nice. Saving 80 meters on walking distance. Lovely. So US currency is going to disappear. We'll need to set up a distribution office which will handle the distribution of electronics throughout the Republic. If we're using 100 tons, then each city approximately takes like 33 tons. And I don't think a truck has any issue carrying 33 tons per year. 3 tons per delivery. 10 deliveries per year. I mean, the faraway city is gonna be a bit struggling. Alternatively, I set up a warehouse hooked up to the rail network later on, and then just carry it from the harbor to that warehouse, and then have the distribution officers pick up the resources from there, or just push it to the cities, which is probably what's gonna happen. We can flatten out this area a bit more, set up a rail-connected warehouse, and shift the resources over, and then have a distribution office somewhere that does the distribution. I don't know if you are moving to all the cities yet. I think each of the city has their own, supposedly their own rail distribution office. So I guess Gdansk would get the rail distribution done by Sovskoy, because we haven't set it up yet. But Sovskoy would handle the distribution of electronics to the area instead, and that would work. Just a question where I want the warehouse, I guess. Could be another tunnel, basically. Have another train track come out here, and have the tunnel exit down below, with the pickup train station being something like this. And maybe a couple of those warehouses. And then rail distribution office back here that goes through them and pushes them out into the world. Okay, grain is fine again, so we can use that one ship doing electronic imports for now. probably wait until we have a bit more money. We're going to be importing 6% of the electronics we want, which is going to be about 60 tons. No, it's going to be six tons. Wait. It should be 60 tons. Yeah, 60-ish tons. Okay. Hello JD Plays. Welcome. Doing well. Having a nice weekend. Thank you. How are you doing? Fine, still no idea how I'm gonna resume my Workers and Resources playthrough after 3 months off. Yeah, that's I don't know if you can do that. It's not gonna get any easier. The question is if you can get back into it. Usually if I'm taking that long time off, it means it's gonna be time for a new run. But that is not everyone's cup of tea. Maybe you can make the first episode like a recap and like explain the whole run from your memory, going through everything to like and try and refresh everything. Instead of like getting into it and trying to build something, you just go through all the areas, maybe you try to remember how things came to be and do stuff like that. Maybe that could work. I want to resume, but it's been a long gap. Yeah, like I said, trying to not jump in with immediate play, but like a recap. Telling people what the situation is and also kind of telling yourself basically with that way. Refreshing memory. Every time I load into Megacity 1 to show it off, it's like, what was I doing? Well, I was building a very large city. But then I usually go through how everything came to be a bit, and kinda helps. Funny thing is, I think there was a recap like 10 episodes beforehand. Well, but that was over 3 months ago. So... I mean, you can try without, but... I think it's probably the best way to try to... I don't know how much you remember of your run. Like, if it's 3 months, and you think it's gonna be difficult, I guess you could also try and do something silly like it, like doing a previously on Workers and Resources, and then you make a supercut compilation. Oh, 9 months ago. Well, then people will probably be fine. Here's our distribution office. Coal in here. 90%. The distribution office bringing coal to the heating plant here should probably be a distribution office in the area. Because this one is supposed to handle the distribution to the smaller heating plants that are directly in the city. Previously on Real Workers and Resources World, Tverdovsky and Anna moved into the new flat, but it was cold. Too real. Too real. Can't wait to open up these houses. I guess we can open them up now because there's going to be heating next year, and I hope it's going to be sufficient. Yeah. No educated citizens, just regular workers. Check the free flats. It's the last two buildings that didn't have workers. Going to be another 350 citizens here. And then they will get warm, but 9 months later, a problem arose. It became winter again. I know what you mean, yeah. It's like a recurring issue. Yeah, we're probably going to put a small distribution office there too. It's going to pull the resources for itself rather than pushing it to the area. I mean, there will have to be an oil pump here still. This is very good potential. But it shouldn't be too big of a problem. We'll move that building elsewhere. This train track and rail distribution office is not here to stay. It's supposed to move at some point. Okay, for now the rail distribution office can do its thing. The other distribution office bringing the coal here can do its thing. It should be enough throughput, I think. Hopefully. We might have to exchange these with larger vehicles. We'll see. Okay, the electronics should be heading back. Fire station is nearing completion. 50 tons. It was still trying to load grain, so I guess, yeah, that was not correct. You can unload the grain here if you want. Yeah, for the electronics availability, I don't think we need to have a large warehouse. Just a small rail-connected warehouse to store electronics into. Off of the central one. Maybe I can put the connection up on this level. Have a tunnel here going up. And then we just have the small warehouses for a rail distribution office pushing certain materials out of the import storage to the various cities. That could work. I mean, this harbor could make plastics, this harbor could make chemicals. But then, if we're making everything ourselves, we're not going to the customs house that often anymore. And I would miss that. Okay, so the plan would be to probably have a tunnel instead. No rail distribution, but like a road distribution office. And then build the storage and the rail distribution office up here. Flattening so much terrain. I don't know if we can flatten that much hill. We could also transport it into the city, I guess, and then make the city have a pickup point for it. Put another cargo train station here and put a bunch of warehouses around it. Did not unload the crops because there was no room. You have to wait until unloaded for electronics. I know there's enough room for it right now, but if I send you out again, and at some point the warehouse might get full, then yeah. I guess we could make this cargo train station the pickup location for electronics and just drive it into here by truck. And then other trains could come to this area to pick up the electronics. $500 tons of food. Could make like a couple of this. Yeah, if we put 100 tons in here of electronics, still have 350 tons of food. Then the trains can pick up electronics from here. We'll do that. That sounds like a reasonable compromise for now. And I'll just have the city's distribution office pull the resources from the storage to itself. So you go here, pick up electronics, and drop them into the goods warehouse. And then you can also load them from here, but try and fill this one as much as possible. And I guess I'll also set up a dedicated truck that always runs that route. To alleviate the stress on the distribution office a bit. Sure, 1.2 million, no problem. Go here. Wait until loaded until electronics are full and bring them to the food and electronics warehouse. And once we have some electronics stored in here, we can set up the warning message and consider rerouting our trains to pick up from this area. I think I'm okay with that. Could build a prison here too, if I need another one. Right next to the heating plant, in range of the tram stop. Okay, this doesn't have any water or sewage, this fire station. But the consumption is fairly low, so I guess direct supplies are okay. It's still very inefficient. And later on, once we start having running water here, then I guess we will have to move things a bit. Now I guess that means this sewage tank wouldn't have had to be relocated, since I moved it again. Which means we're gonna move it back, where it originally was. Almost done with the footpath tunnel. People can walk to that side if I just give them like the ability to just walk onto it. From the tram stop. Can keep that one filled, just need the resources. Now people should be able to unload and walk there. Our trams are getting full. I need to run more. Good progress. Teaching plant will be up soon. And now it can start working. We'll see what the pollution looks like during winter now. Of course, it's not going to be the most pollution we're going to get out of this. Because currently the oil field isn't running, since apparently we don't have enough workers for that anymore. Oh, it is. But the trains are continuously importing and like reducing the workload on the oil field every now and then. And it's also not cold right now. I think I need more trams. Maybe not. Let's hope that that extra heat exchanger is enough. Should be close enough to all the buildings. It gets heating from a dedicated heating plant at the moment, so it should be quite efficient at that. But we only really get 2 heating pipes out of this. Similar to our first one over here. This one's gonna be a bit more better located. But yeah, it's not gonna have infinite range, I guess. There could be a second heating plant here in the future. I'd rather spread them out a bit though. Let's also make sure that the coal consumption isn't too high. Oh, it actually keeps filling up. I might need some of the large dump trucks to keep that filled. So rubles looks good. If we're not importing any electronics, it's fine. Of course, I don't know if we have enough money to keep importing electronics. That purely depends on our US currency capacity. And I will have to change the trains to, I guess, all go over to City now to pick up electronics. It's gonna be quite the trip. Might not work. Let's see. Go pick up food. Before that, yeah, before that, in between, you have to go to City, I guess. Go over here now and load electronics. Customs house, Bogdansk. Here. It's quite the detour now, so the trains might be insufficient for that. I might... Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna not do that. That's too much. We're just gonna set up the rail distribution office to handle that. The rail distribution office in City can distribute electronics from the warehouse. Makes more sense. We are trying to phase out the other dedicated trains to distribution offices. Okay, Sovskoy and Bogdansk now get mechanical components and electronics delivered by train. They can't pull it out of the goods warehouse, which is the supply for the city. But they can take it from this warehouse. Yeah, you gotta keep electronic storage even. City supply is fine. Wait a minute, the city supply is like handled by a dedicated truck, isn't it? No, that's the export. then yeah, you... The dedicated truck will just handle export and you will handle your own supply of electronics, I guess. Warehouse goods, unloading electronics, and you can load anything. That makes sense. Missing iron. Where are our trains? Traffic jam? Uh-oh. What do? Oh no. Someone set up the signals incorrectly. How could this have happened? Someone did not correct the signals for the new use case. But it's all good now. This will not work well. You should have your signal changed back. And you're gonna get a mixed signal, I think. Chain signal. No, not there. Here. It also doesn't look that great. It's gonna make this train area quite slow, throughput-wise. Priority line. Is that what I want? Sort of. Okay, we're gonna try something. There's not that many long trains going to the customs house anymore. So I think we can have this shortened. Don't think there's any long train going to the customs house anymore at the moment. This should make the throughput better again. Oh, come on. Stop complaining. You're fine. You're being whiny. Go back to your distribution office if you can't figure out the path and try again. Just don't crawl along my train tracks that slowly. It's annoying. Okay, more workers, looking good. Oil tank is still full, while we're importing by train, so... Importing in that we bring resources from our upper oil field next to City Construction, which also has a bunch of oil in it. 6 pump jacks working here. So yeah, I think heating should be fine this year. Maybe I should prevent passengers from waiting on this station. But I guess it's a good indicator to see if they... Oh no, we can't, because this is where we pick up people that arrive by train and want to go somewhere. Never mind, that idea fell flat. Okay. Gotta pay back a lot of loans. 40 pages worth of loans. We're not exporting by train at the moment. But if this fuel tank runs full, then we should. Otherwise the refinery will stop working. Should have left the customs house assigned. Yeah, distribution office, export distribution office can't do that. It's not designed that way. It has to be this one. No other distribution office can make it over there. Only fuel currently. Bitumen we do by ship. No, we should export that by ship to the west instead. Yeah, let's do that. We're not getting that much money here. It's not great. I need another tanker. We need to have 1 tanker per resource. 1 for bitumen and 1 for fuel. And I guess we could transport some electronics to the border to pay things back. That would be acceptable. How's the economy? Economy is doing well. We're only 800 million in debt. I bought a ship for 150 million right now, which is going to fix the economy. We're going to export fuel and oil to the west. Fuel and bitumen to the west, and import electronics and sell that to the east. 44 pages. Exactly. Like I said, it's doing well. Once we have enough US dollars, once we have like about 100 million US dollars, we're going to send out the ship that will import electronics for us, because I will have a warehouse full of electronics here. He got mad when I had 2 pages of small loans. More number, more good. We're trying to maximize numbers. Hello, Archer. Welcome. The maximum loan being 2 million is becoming an issue. Hello, Mega Monkey. With 33 million, we should be able to fill up the warehouse. 33 million US dollars. And then the export distribution office can be sent here to export excess electronics, I guess. That would be okay. Oh, Lucky Leader, how do you like my train parking? This is a 450 meter long train parking inside the mountain to be used. They basically go in here and then wait until they do have room to go into the grain storage. I couldn't put the parking anywhere else. And I didn't have any room here, so I put a tunnel in to extend the range. And there's a waypoint at the end where they get sent to, and then they turn around. And it's basically like a tunnel rail yard. Majestic. Now you understand the economy. Exactly. As soon as this train is empty and leaves, the new one will move in. It's a holding area. Make sure that the long train doesn't stand around on the rail network. I'm basically starting to build rail yards. We can't have train car parking, but we can have train engine with the train car parking. I should make that bypass track so the train can avoid this whole loop thing. That way the long train moving over the junction wouldn't block it. The other trains can still go past. But yeah, these are the trains that bring grain to our food factory, all the way from our harbor. Previously they were importing it by the customs house. Nowadays they go here and bring it from this grain silo. Because with the harbor we have to import fewer times, which means less cost. Our import is becoming international. I think it's time to stop exporting mechanical components to the east. Because we're not really getting that much money in the West for those resources. Yeah, not that profitable. Oil, fuel, and bitumen are a lot more efficient. Like, fuel is a ratio of factor 3 rubles for $1 US. For the mechanical components, it's more like 30 rubles for $1 US. They fit in containers so well, but they don't make that much money in the West. They don't want our mechanical components. They want oil and oil-based products. Plus, I want to get rid of this warehouse. If we do export something, it would go into this warehouse now. This temporary fire station will probably be moved at some point when we can get one here, as soon as we have a tram stop nearby to bring workers to this place. But this was the furthest I could build it to still be within walking distance of this stop. Gotta make number go down to make number go up. That's how the saying goes, right? There's a grain import train running through our passenger station. I'm not going to be paying back the loans manually, I don't think. I'll just tick down over time. With the new heating plant, we have the ability now to build more housing if we want. This area here, I think, should get some. Heat exchanger maybe over here. Somewhere here, another one here, both off of the heat pumping station. Actually, we can only have one. Yeah, somewhere centrally. And then get some more housing in. Why are the shopping centers in Soskoy complaining? They're complaining about electronics. Distribution of electronics should already happen. From the... Wait, are you not assigned? Oh no, you are. Donatity. Mechanical components are being delivered. Donatity commercial. Where is it? What did I do with the assignments? I might have assigned the wrong distribution office. Or we're just out of train cars, that could also happen. Could be. Minimum of 3 wagons for electronics should be doable. Warehouse Citizen Goods Bugudonsk? No. Donatity Commercial, there. You need to have the load command for electronics. What did I set the load command? Oh, it was just the road vehicles. I haven't set the trains yet. That's right. And I did set the export train, but not the national distribution train. So probably a few more cargo wagons here. Although the electronic distribution shouldn't be overwhelming. I think, however, 6 more cargo wagons could be good. They're probably cheap. Yeah, see, only 1 million per wagon. It's fine. Go and pick them up and deliver them, please. I also need more trams. We'll pick them up too. After the train has come back and done its delivery, we'll bring in more trams. More trams going to the harbor area. We need more workers. Let's redo that one. Oh, now it wants to work right away. Weird. Well, I was thinking at the height of the heating pipe here-ish. I'm gonna flatten out the curve a little bit. Yeah, we'll do that. Electronics will be brought here soon, don't you worry. Oh no. Oh no. Well, do worry, apparently, because we be traffic jamming. Rail construction vehicle doing rail construction things. We send out one extra rail construction vehicle and the whole network collapses. It's beautiful, really. But not very conducive to a healthy republic. Let's see, Donetity to Volgodonsk. Picking up clothing, dropping off electronics. Right. And Sovskoy. Seems correct now. Maybe I only looked at Bugudonsk and forgot Sovskoy. I want to run a train like this in Derail Valley today. I want to run a 450-meter long train, even longer. It has to happen. Maybe not in realism mode, because walking back 450 meters to find the tight train cars is gonna be annoying, but yeah. Go in, set up a train manually and run it. And see if like we can even pull it. I also want to find the slug, I guess. Bitumen is almost full. 450 meters tiny in derail. No, it's not. Don't lie. We were pulling 370 meters and it was quite the walk in realistic mode. To 4,500. We don't even have the map size to make that like... I might be like going through a switch and then suddenly seeing the end of my train. Maybe we can find a loop where we can make the train so long we basically chase our own tail. And see like the end of the train as we're driving behind it. Or if it's possible to do it in a way where you really hook the front of your train to the end of your train. So you basically create a ring. Today is probably going to be a stupid day in Derail Valley. We'll see. Still waiting on the train cars. Taking every job from the harbor makes a crazy long train. You'll need 46. But why would I do that? I don't know. That seems a bit ridiculous. 14 DE2? You might have experience with that, huh? I do have the multi-trains, so who knows? Thank you for the follow, Testicle Twisters. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Gather all the D2. Yeah. Alright. Yes, we know the warehouse is empty. I'm getting some train cars to make a delivery happen. So many passenger trains bunching up. Wait, where's the export distribution office? Did I assign this to do the export? That would be horrible. No. Just scrap. We need to load electronics from here if there's more than 80%. And we probably also need to set the export at the customs house. $140,000 times, no, divided by 155. That's 900 tons of grain. But another tanker left before it, so there will be a decent amount of money at the western border. Enough to continuously import grain still. I don't know if we have enough oil extraction. I don't believe so. But it already looks quite good. With a oil refinery occasionally running at 50% capacity. Now the oil field should be making its pollution again. It's not looking too bad, but again, it's not winter yet. I say at 2 degrees Celsius in September. Well, it's gonna get much colder. We are transporting sufficient amounts of coal to the storage. But yeah, it should have its own distribution office later on. Right. It's fine. I'll move at some point. Those are the electronics. Okay. Yes, we're bringing electronics to Sovskoy, don't worry. And now more trams. One loan per tram. It's ridiculous. Or rather, two loans per tram, because we're connecting two to form a single tram. Yeah, and we're exporting mechanical components, 4 rubles now. Much better profit margin. Until we've taken care of the loans, I think. So, we'll get rid of this warehouse now. And then the road, then the tunnel, and then the other road. YouTube doing funny things with the music videos again. Come on, stop being annoying. Sheesh. Okay, I guess that works. It's a shorter way to the next stop, I guess. Permanent substation will be over here now. And I guess we can put a transformer here too. Because this area is not going to be habitable. And I would like to have a source of electricity close by. It's fine. Come on. Will be the local power supply. We'll probably also switch over the power line. Actually, this has its own transformer. That makes sense for the extension of the oil field locally. And then the rest can come from the construction sector Donatiti, which should also have one. Over here. A couple more connections available. Yeah, pollution goes up to like here already. Not a very good area. This is probably gonna stay clean, but it's also, yeah, 500 meters. This might be doable. Being in heating range is like the outermost edge we can have for a heating plant. We did use that in Sovskoy. We have a heating plant over here with a house in that area. 350 meters, and then it gets quite bad. But in our current location we also have oil extraction, so can't get too close. Why is there no food here? I've been clicking warning messages away and we're lacking food? What is this? Oh no. Another train traffic jam. You should be able to move. Oh, well, I guess not. Where's the two trains here? What the hell? Oh, that's great. That's great. Hmm. Guess you'll be going over here temporarily to make room. Oh great, it's the wrong one. I mean, I also have a train station here, I guess. Can I throw you back out onto the loop? Looks like it. Alright. The rail construction isn't done yet. I'm not sure where the rail construction vehicle is. Or why this suddenly starts happening. Very slow iron train. Cannot store export steel. Yeah, the export distribution office is also getting more and more busy. Ahoy hoy, happy Saturday. Hello Burns. Welcome. Come on, you stupid rail construction vehicle, finish your job. Can you like go to the other area and build from here? That would be a lot safer. No? You wanna do this? I guess we gotta babysit the rail construction vehicle. So food is bad. It's arriving here by truck occasionally. At least it should. From the food factory. But the train that's actually supposed to bring the food here is not doing that. Unload food. And then you're already assigned for loading food. Okay, one train is on its way. We're gonna phase out the dedicated train running in Sovskoye. We do have the rail distribution office here to make that work. So we should be bringing everything that the dedicated train is still bringing here. Clothing, fabric, alcohol, electronic components, chemicals, and plastics. That should be it. Now we need to import some of these. but we already have that set up. And the clothing comes from Bulgodonsk storage, which is also set up. Okay, so it should work now. I guess we'll switch you over. You're gonna go to the customs house, unload whatever you have, and then you're gonna go into the depot. And I might just move the rest of you into the rail distribution office. So now people are probably buying food here. No? Not yet. I mean, we just got our food delivery, it should be fine. People became a little bit upset for lack of shopping items, but that has been restored. And we'll see if we can make the rail distribution office take care of all of those tasks. I don't know how many more train cars we can unload here, but yeah, we should get maybe a few of the open hull train cars out and a few of the covered hull train cars in. I mean, it is also hauling transportation goods, like construction materials. I mean, it's transporting construction materials. We have to make sure that enough citizen goods are present. I guess the food delivery is not that far. And the other train we have to switch over is the one in Bulgodonsk. That one also needs to be changed over. Why are there two worn cars here? They're just that old. And an excavator that didn't get repaired because reasons. I mean, it did get repaired, it just has no automatic replacement mechanism. We got one old excavator. I'll move it in here. It's at 60% wear and tear already, so it's also not going to last forever. Wait, we don't have the other excavator listed here. Was that one in the scrapyard? No. I don't know. Yeah, you still have some cargo that you need to unload, please. Next time you make your way over there. No need to haul the mechanical components back and forth. Go beyond the border, unload whatever you have, load electronics. You still have grain, which you won't have because everything will get unloaded at the border. And then you unload the electronics. We're going to the other stop also because that's where the ship gets repaired and that's where the ship gets refueled. I don't have those things hooked up to the other dock. I don't want to have another repair station. Did I hook up the monument? I think I did. Yes. So now the oil supply is insufficient. It's slowly draining, but we could increase the amount of oil being present here by just... Oh, we're full on hazardous waste. Never mind. What's the problem now? Where's the hazardous waste truck? Wait, what? Why? Oh, Jesus Christ, why are you going there? Misclick. You're supposed to go here. No way to unload hazardous waste at the fuel storage. I mean, it gives the fuel a little bit more spice, but we don't want that. Everything filled up with hazardous waste. Not a huge problem, just a little bit annoying. It's fine. Apparently they dump the hazardous waste into the other internal garbage stand as well, if it fills up. As soon as we empty that one out enough, it should fill up with mixed waste again. There we go. Back to normal. Excuse me? That must be... there must be a mistake here. Yeah, it's working okay. Just some delay somewhere. I guess it might be important to find out where that delay is, because these vehicles are not moving. Okay. How did that happen? Because this vehicle is set to wait until unloaded. Apparently it doesn't like that here anymore, for some reason. Classic, yeah. Beautiful. All done. Tunnel next. And then the other road. I think I know why they... No, maybe not. I was gonna say, I think I know that why they don't allow you to, like, partially demolish a tunnel, because then you might be stuck with a single piece of tunnel that you can't get rid of anymore. But they do allow that to train tunnels, I guess, so I don't know. Have the trams arrived? Some of them. I bought them in the wrong color. Make a very large tram. Wait. How did you move all of these at once? Huh? Huh. Okay. Interesting. We weren't able to pick up everything. There's more trams at the customs house. Another 5. Should be able to get all of them. Oh no, that's not good. Where be chemicals? Chemicals important. Water. Stuff. Construction train. I hate you. Okay, you know what? I'm sick of this. Go build it from the right side. Get out of here. Like, build it from the other side. I don't want to see you parking on that thing anymore. You can park here if you want, like, that's fine. But don't block everything up. The cities need their chemicals. Temperature too low. That's very low. That's -9 degrees. What's happening? Oh my god, what's happening? Are we not getting coal? There's coal here. Drinking water. Ah. Oh god. That stupid rail construction vehicle. It's still going into the customs house. It's not going to end well. Right in the middle of winter. 20 pop a tick. Yeah, it's going to slow down soon. But yeah, that rail construction vehicle killed us. That stupid rail construction vehicle. I even said before, I need to babysit it. And then everyone died. 5,000 people dead. The city is gonna be a ghost town. Prisoners are all dying. Screw the prisoners. Send workers to the heating plant if you can. Everyone's freezing to death. Things might burn down here. Power plant might be affected. Who knows what's gonna happen. We're gonna have to wait for the chemicals. Everything is running a lot more inefficiently. All the highly educated people already like bailed, basically. 200,000 for 5 highly educated people. Yeah, it's gonna be a thing. Oh, look at that, you're building from the right side now, lovely. Which is gonna affect our food supply. No one may move into Sovskoy right now. The city is gonna be a ghost town until we have the chemicals. And hopefully nothing critical burns down. Small death spiral. Just a small one. We have to restart the town by moving in a lot of regular workers and enough to run the highly educated workers to run the hospital. I mean, we're still bringing workers here by train from Bugudonsk and from you know, the other areas. That chemical warning hit and then everyone was already dying. This will also affect the villages. I think average happiness is going up. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a curve here. This might also affect our power supply. Everyone in the prison is dead. No one survived. No escapes. It's gonna be a new clean start. Oh, thanks for letting me know that the power plant now has stopped working. Minus 40 degrees. Perfect time for that. Technical university. No, not really. That's not the priority anymore. Cableway coal? Prison? Don't go to prison, don't go to TV station is what this means. Pop chart looks like real good now. Yeah, this yeah. We had a bit too much consumption on food, so I fixed it. Chemicals are back. One thing we can do, I forgot about that. We can engage the emergency local heating, I guess. But I don't think it's going to be enough. We need to run the pops. First we need to fix water. Then we need to fix heating. And this heating. Birth rate research, yes, we already got that. But it is, oh yeah, it's medical university in Bogodonsk. I guess that's a good idea. We already unlocked that one, so they can get to that. Thankfully we still have a lot of loan capacity left, so 61 million out of 818 million. I mean, our population drop was significant, so that's why we don't have that much loan capacity left anymore. Get some highly educated workers. Get the heating plants running. Back end ready. Looks good. And then we can open migration to Sovskoye again, once heating has stabilized. Come on, more people. Keep the heating going. This one's gonna run a lot better because the workers here arrive conveniently by cableway. So there's always gonna be a couple of them unloaded. God, come on. Why am I trying to restart it in the middle of winter? I want to. Restarting it at minus 40 degrees is not a good idea. Because the heating... It's much harder to get the heat up than to retain the heat. So I don't think it's gonna work. What? No, nothing can go wrong. Yeah. Nothing. All right. We're getting there. We are getting there. We're opening the city back up to migrants. Migration from other cities. Looks like the heating is back to normal. Yep, it's back to normal. Alright, so the heat is okay again. Now we just need enough workers in the hospital to make sure we can deal with the emergencies. And start like running everything from shopping centers to the hospital to all the other buildings. Come on, like, I hired a lot of workers, send some of them to the hospital. Come on. Well, that was fun. I already miss combined heat and power plants and workers and resources. Industry providing heat would be nice. Like a steel mill providing off heat with a research that you could use, that would be kind of cool. Uh-oh. Power supply. I maybe shouldn't run the power plant right now because it just makes chaos. No power production. We're importing electricity instead until we have a reasonable number of workers going back to the steel mill. Human workers and resources, main source of inspiration is Slovak Kosic, has its CHP. Okay. But it might be difficult to implement with the methods of the game engine, so I don't know. The city can't stop for too long because it's also our source of food for the whole republic. I don't want to start importing food, it's going to be expensive. Okay, hospital is working sufficiently well again. We will not open up the TV station yet, but that will impact our loyalty. Let's shut down the secret police. Get those highly educated workers to go elsewhere, more important places. Okay, we are importing electricity, so we should make sure that we have enough rubles. Until the amount of workers here is coming out of the cableway station is good again. It looks fine now, I think. We'll slow down the cableway station though. As soon as they start working in the power plant, it's gonna go like slow down the cableway because it's gonna try to run with local power supply. So I guess the power plant should have the highest supply of workers to make sure that doesn't happen. It's really funny. Okay, maybe the supply of workers here is not that high yet. If we get a cableway car with like 3 workers, then we can probably do it. The cableway needs to run with at least like a steady throughput. Not like that. 2 workers, one of them. Did I assign? Wait, what did I change? Oh, I changed the bus stop. Yeah, bus stop power plant too, but you... Coal power plant, 50%. Oh, that's good. That's what we need. That cableway car is what we need. Good. Now it should be fine. Alright, now it's running. Local power supply is back. Well, I wanted to cause a few less traffic issues by making this shortcut. What it did do is kill 10,000 people. That's going to take some time to recover from. Let's bring the TV station back. We don't need loyalty boost via secret police right now, just have some workers in here. That's gonna be so inefficient. It needs a lot of them. Okay, yeah, that's okay. We must make sure that the hospital is well supplied with workers. Yeah, it doesn't need to be fully supplied right now because the city isn't full of citizens, but this level seems to be okay. The last few people who had like temperature related problems are going to be taken care of. I really would like a triage setting for the hospital where emergency patients get like shoved to the front of the queue regardless of what is going on. Well, that was exciting for all the wrong reasons. Now the problem is going to be food and alcohol supply of the city. Okay, they're working on it again. Should be manageable. So the chemical supply of the yeah, you had a chemical truck, but you're very small. I'm wondering if I should put some chemicals into like a dedicated warehouse, like the repair station, so I can respond to emergency issues like that. Because chemicals are important. Hello, Angry German. Just figured out that the naming algorithm gave Dried the same city name on this map as one of my cities. Why am I Dried now? What the hell? Well, it is very likely that the same city names can come up, so not unexpected. Keep the TV station shut down for now. We will use the workers in other facilities, make sure everything else starts running. Right, alright. So yeah, I'm probably going to give the repair station some chemical storage so I can swap things around in case things go wrong. $24 tons of chemicals. Then we'll tell the urban distribution officers to bring chemicals to that warehouse too, which they are already told to do. And then the truck transporting chemicals will pick it up from the repair station warehouse instead. So we have an extra buffer for the city's chemicals. Oh no. That's just coal ore. That's the beginning of coal running out. The water supply for the food factory is its own water truck, and that one will continue to pick up from the goods storage. But yeah, the city's water supply will come from one storage pack, so this will run out of chemicals first, and then this one will run out later. So we're not immediately killing off the city when we get the first warning message for lack of chemicals that the food factory is going to use up. %8 happiness. You'll be fine. The other people are doing okay. These ones had no chance. These houses are completely deserted. Yeah. That one running out is expected right now because we're transporting all the chemicals over. So more train deliveries of chemicals will have to happen. Which are going to be expensive because they're going to have to be imported and they're not cheap. Okay, we got 245 tons of electronics slowly being hauled into the export storage. Could be its own distribution office, I guess. Later on a train here picking it up, like at least a warehouse would make sense. They can send the export train to that area then. You need to wait until loaded for grain, so you don't do like weird transport routes. And we just have to make sure that an export train gets there before you. So I'll send one over there right now. Coal will not run out quickly. There's a decent amount of storage here. Steel mill will get it last, but this whole storage can all go into the steel mill before it becomes rationed for national supply. As we increase our population, our loan capacity is also going to keep going up again. But I think we will buy some trucks to get the electronics moved a little bit faster. I think I would like to have a distribution office. I guess we can use this one. The one that I planned from like the original inception of Dunetiti can be DO exports. And we'll move the trucks in there to transport the electronics over. Don't you start too. Temperature low. Don't you start with me. Let's make sure nothing goes over the reconstruction limit of wear and tear. There's a couple, but nothing really exceeding 30% by too much. And it's all in Sovskoy, where they are lacking workers right now, so it's gonna take a while. Okay, food factory is now out of food. I'm bringing 2 buildings worth of workers to the food factory. I think we can stop with the production of alcohol for now. That's a luxury good anyway. And move more people into the food factory. Also, well, the cement plant doesn't really use up that much. It's like 10 workers. We certainly rapidly increased the amount of free flats available in Sovskoy. For good or for better or worse. Where's the food delivery here? Don't start in this settlement. The same issue with the chemicals could happen in this settlement as well. So water supply down here. Has a dedicated truck. You'll pick up from here now. And the distribution office will have to bring the chemicals to this area. Tram repair also takes chemicals now. I'm not doing that for sewage treatment. I'm not doing that for other buildings. Just the water supply. If sewage runs out of chemicals, it's going to create a health issue, but not as much as like not having enough drinking water for the heating plants. So the other buildings will still pick up from the regular warehouse. Maybe that could be DO Harbor instead of DO Exports. Then we don't need to let the urban distribution office go over there and pick up electronics, which is way too far. We'll handle that with a dedicated distribution office. Everything from the harbor will have to be brought up here. Let me know when that is done. And I'll assign a bunch of vehicles to it, including the dedicated route I have set up for the electronic transportation. Lack of workers in rail construction office is not great. But it's also not critical as long as we're building from that side. Still coal ore missing, that's fine. We need to get the city back and running. I hope I don't have to restart the loyalty situation. Okay, we can shut down a couple of these coal ore processing plants because we don't need that many right now. Not bad getting some workers delivered here by train from the other cities. It's actually helping with the reworking. And yeah, lack of steel, not great, but it's not affecting our construction materials yet. They have their own storage in the city. It is, however, affecting our ability to bring steel to the other cities. But coal is more important than steel right now. A lot more important. We also still have construction materials in the area, and we're not building too much. Excuse me. Who's bringing coal to you? RCO. You need your new loading station assigned. Is already assigned. Aggregate loading. So why are you not bringing coal to the distribution office? Oh, it's water. Water is missing, not coal. I did run a dedicated water truck to this thing. What is it doing? It's even 2 buildings. Are they not able to supply enough water for the trains anymore? Alright, I guess that probably makes sense. The trains are running so much that they need their own water supply, sure. I'll run a temporary water pipe up there. Of unpurified water. There. I'll provide water. And we can then let the water trucks only run towards the rail construction office. which is probably also out of water. Oh no, this one isn't even working. Okay. But yeah, when the rail distribution works, I guess there's a huge demand of water here now. That seems like it's a lot of work. I'm not... Well, okay, no, I'm pretty far down. We're gonna redo this one. This is a little bit too low. Okay, that's only 250 days. Much quicker. Okay, maybe not. It's 2 construction tasks right now. Where's the merge? There. Bring it together. 680 days is still okay for the task. But yeah, these trains are currently not all running because lack of water. These trucks can't really keep up with it. Yep, Donut City needs more chemicals. We're building up a safety buffer. Mostly because of the train traffic jams, but yeah. We'll take the health crisis catastrophe of overfilling sewage before we take the heating crisis from a not sufficiently supplied city with drinking water. So the city supply can be 50%, the export supply can be 90%. This is not just export, this is also the domestic supply where trains go and pick it up. We're not pulling the electronics out of our local city's warehouse. 80% where? We should be heading off to the scrapyard. Bristle bolts, logging capacity, fell tree capacity. It's still the east, there's still no better option. I mean, from the early start, that is. So we'll be exporting excess electronics to the east now. We'll bring oil to the west, oil-based products, electronics to the east, mechanical components to the east, and start working on our loans a bit. What have I set our ships to for repair? 20%. So I did remember correctly. Maybe a bit too frequent, but steel and mechanical components is what we usually produce ourselves, so repairing them early and often means that they don't have too much downtime for a long repair duration. I think this is the better option. As the worker amount grows back in Sovskoy, at some point the warning messages for coal ore will start disappearing, and then the warning for coal will start appearing, at which point we have to turn on the other coal ore processing plants again. I guess the prison will also start operating again later, once we make sure that, well, the industries are up and running. Oh wait, no, that prison is also responsible for our vehicle repairs in the area. I guess we'll start running it. Yep. Let's start repairing stuff. Get some prisoners here. I'm gonna relocate some prisoners from the prison in Dunititi. This one is running our heating. It helps running our heating, it's not, like, responsible for it. So these prisoners are okay to be relocated. A couple to make sure that the vehicle repairs can start up again. Because I'm not letting any people walk into the repair station. And if all the prison buses decide that they need repairs, then yeah, this would completely grind to a halt. But it should start up again. We will have the workers again. guess a prison next to the heating plant would have also prevented it, because the prisoners would have heated with 60% efficiency, even from lack of water, because their minimum efficiency is always 60 productivity. So maybe in Siberia you can heat with prisoners and still make it through such a crisis. But the town was not set up that way. I guess the prison bus route could go over there. Lots of trams requiring repair, 6 of them. I would like to split up the trams here too. Come on, fire trucks, hurry up. We only have one tram route here, so splitting them up wouldn't be the worst. I think I'll do that. By splitting them up, I mean only 2 trams instead of 3 combined. That'll look nicer. Out of rubles. Alright. Not sure how many there are left. Might have gotten all of them now. Fire trucks being in repair at the same time. Bit scary. Pretty old fire truck too. 34 years old. Oh yeah, food was missing. But the warning wasn't here for a while, so I guess we're catching up back with the production. At some point I'll have to up the amount of workers in the distillery again, once we get the warning message for lack of alcohol. Right now we don't have to do that. It's gonna be a while until we get our next research point, that's for sure. Let me make sure they set the warning message in the Sovskoy warehouse for the repair station, in case we run out of chemicals. Yes, I did. Checkbox has been set. There's 2 workers here. Why are you not? Why are you not working? Well, there were 2 workers here, but now there aren't. Maybe because of all the rejiggling of the tram line. Construction vehicle still causing traffic jams. Lovely. Well, 2 more work days, then it should be done. Once the water supply has been fixed, more resources should be coming out of Donetity towards Sovskoy. I don't think the cement exports are useful anymore, but I don't have the heart to stop them. Export last year, cement 6 million. Yeah, not that great. It's on the same level of brick exports, I guess. Keeps the industries running. Oh no. Now what? I guess there weren't enough people at the platform for the buses to like pick them up regularly, but they still should try every 30 seconds at least. Come on, you drove out here, you should have workers. Alright, you send those workers to the rail construction office. Maybe they'll get here in time. Probably not. Before the train decides to move back. Oh, they made it. But this still doesn't want to move. Because apparently the signal is too far away. Very odd. But now they'll build it up. Good. Done. It took a lot of effort, it took the life of 10,000 people, but the bypass track has finally been laid. I think it's going to save us money and time in the future. We'll get rid of this one again, so that the trains do not get into any issues with more construction vehicles here. Oh god, come on. What now? We can't get the prison buses in because there's too many vehicles parked here. Why is that happening? Maybe I do need to let workers walk here until this thing has been back up and running as per normal. Alright, I'll let people walk in here and help with the repair station for now. But it's not going to be a permanent thing. Sovskoy loading electronics from the Sovskoy warehouse. Not Sovskoy. Donitity transports that stuff here. Loads it from Donitity, not construction sector, but commercial. Yep. And into Sovskoy. It might not like the fact of 3 train cars being required. Never mind, it's transporting them here right now. 15 tons. So I should probably up the amount a little bit more. Take down clothing. Now clothing 5% is fine. Probably plastics. Nah, let's do alcohol. There. More demand. Good amount of electronics. More going to Sovskoy. At some point some can go to export, helping repay our ruble loans. Like that one. 79 million rubles for export. I'll probably send the ship out again, so we can keep doing that. That'll be okay. No hurry. We need to regain 6,500 population to get back to our original population stats. I think at 16,000 pop I'll probably turn on the TV station again. Or maybe I'll do that right now. I mean, it's only... no, it is... We need to get the steel production up first. Steel and brick production. Once we have like, I think 100 people in the steel mill, at that point we can start running it again. Which also means that we have enough people in the food and distillery production, which we currently do not. They might not be sending any trains picking up food because there's not enough available. Okay, but the worker count looks better. Our train for Bugudonsk is still moving around on its own. That one is keeping that storage emptied out. Sovskoy going to Bugudonsk. Where is it? You're not going to Bugudonsk yet. No, you are. You're picking up clothing from here. Alright. So, we'll also deliver the other resources by train. And send the dedicated train into parking. Visit the customs house once more. And then go into storage. Unload everything. We have our other train from Sovskoy here. I think I'm gonna send this one to... I really need a rail distribution office. I think this rail distribution office needs more cargo wagons for carrying covered hull goods, like food and such, if we don't have the dedicated trains running anymore. So I'll try and unload as many covered hull train cars into that station now. And then bring the rest back. We could have one dedicated train running between all the different train stations and just distributing food, for example, which would alleviate most of the stress for the distribution offices. But then again, these are high-capacity trains, so they probably shouldn't have any issues. We currently have 51 train cars. Let's see how many we will have after the train has arrived and dropped off a couple. Doesn't look like it needs to run all the time. But then again, it also doesn't run all the time right now because it doesn't have enough food to pick up. I might have to research better train bridges to get the 38-meter pillar distance here. But these ones can't be curved, like, I don't know. If I had to rework this to allow ships to pass through, to go to the east, then I guess we would have to have a non-curved bridge at that point. Wagons. These are very short wagons. It might be able to unload all of them. Yeah, this is good. Sexy tracks or efficient tracks, truly a dilemma. Yep, that's the challenges we're facing in workers and resources these days. I haven't found an answer yet. It's too much. I'm gonna send the other covered hull wagons here from the other train depot in Kugoshny. We're gonna unload the train cars and then, yeah, send the train back. We have only 39 wagons here, so those extra train cars are gonna come in handy. This is too annoying. I'm not gonna keep doing that. Water supply is now not full. Something wrong with the water pipe? No, it's fully built. Odd. It says it's full, but the graphic isn't showing it's full. Okay, never mind. Well, the other trucks don't have to bring water here anymore. They can still go here and check, but they're not necessary. Trams here have the right of way, leaving the station. The temporary heating plant is pretty much permanent now. I mean, we hooked up heating pipes and everything. So I guess we'll upgrade the road to it and hope it doesn't burn down during that time. Try demo. Game is so complex. That'll do. Yes, it is complex. It is a game that rewards learning and is like best for people who don't want to like learn a game in like a half an hour to an hour and then have the perfect knowledge to make something awesome. But you can expect to learn for a very, very long time in this game. Every like session you might learn something new, or you might break something and then try to figure out a solution, either from finding the perfect building on the Steam Workshop or using, what I like to do is using the systems in the game to weird and new ways. But yes, it is very in-depth. It is customizable though. A lot of the things can be turned off if you don't want to start out with them, which I also recommend. At least for the first session, getting used to the controls. And then second session, if you want realism mode, sure, go for it. But figuring out the controls while being in realism mode might be a bit much. Realism mode being the mode where we have to import everything, workers and resources, and can't just use money to quick build a building. I'm a little bit concerned with the supply of food. Bugudon still has enough. And Soskoi still has enough. Donitity, I guess, also brings its own train here to pick up resources. Which it has enough of. Oh, right, that again. I thought I was done with that. Sure, there. Can you leave that way? No? Also the wrong color. Haven't played much City Sim. Well, then Workers and Resources like is Captain of Industry with more focus on the settlement side. Like it's in between Captain of Industry and a city builder. A lot of effort goes onto like developing the transportation routes of workers, resources, machinery. It's not the city building aspect is fleshed out, but not the main aspect of it, I don't think. I would say. Which makes it sound like it isn't very complex and like rewarding, but I think it is mostly a logistical game than a city building game. Usually more of an FPS guy, but trying to broaden my horizon. Been playing a lot of Rimworld lately. That's a good way to dip your toes into colony games. I also enjoyed Rimworld a lot, but I found the combat to be somewhat annoying and overbearing, so I dipped my toes into more peaceful colony management and building games. Well, I did kill 10,000 people in Workers and Resources this stream, so mistakes still do happen. But what I really liked was, for example, Clan Folk, which is a game about playing like Rimworld, but you're in Iron Age Scotland, and you don't really have any competition, any conflict. It's you against nature, trying to survive winters. Which is also challenging and rewarding. But yeah, if you want conflict, then Rimworld, definitely the go-to. Lots of mods to also improve the combat, if you are into that. What game is that? Clan Folk. Clan like C-L-A-N and then Folk. It's an indie game. I think it's still on sale because of the... Oh no, it might not be on sale anymore. Let's see. It also has a demo. And it is still on sale, 50% off. Seen it? My girlfriend was talking. That's fine. It's good seeing you on the clan one. Do the clan one. Yeah, I want to go back to that. Like, I'm playing other games, also like playing Synergy made me want to go back to Clan Folk. We still have our run over there too. I have started way too many runs that I still want to continue. But all of the games take a lot of time. Can't play everything. We need another grain train at some point. There will be a parking space for it here. We'll have to start producing alcohol soon. Otherwise those warning messages are going to be annoying me, so I guess we'll start that up too. Back up to 13,000 citizens. 6,000 left to go. I think the repair station is back the way it should be. So I'll prevent workers from walking there now. Just let the prisoners do the vehicle repairs. So apparently we're spending 350,000 US dollars on importing grain, which is very cheap. I'm gonna send out the ship to bring us more electronics. Then some of the export ships right after. Make sure that we have money when the grain ship leaves again. Planting some lava trees could reduce the need for heating plants. But I think they kill like other plants near them, and it's like it's so questionable. It's a questionable ecological decision, I think. Don't think we can do that right now. But good thinking. True, especially as summer is coming. Yeah, the heat season is upon us. We're gonna be going maybe over 20 degrees. Oh, there it is. It's unbearable right now. Oh god, 26 degrees. People are losing hydration so much. Yeah, the city expansion of Donut City had to be postponed until Sovskoye has fully recovered. We'll need the radio up and running. Well, TV station really. But we're kind of far away from that, so I'll probably have to go back fully into propaganda for some time. Just able to start watching. Weren't you at 18,000 people yesterday? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, my population graph doesn't show any problems whatsoever. Hello, Skip. There's nothing that happened this stream. Nothing at all. We found some dissidents in Sovskoye, so we had to flush them all out. There were 99.9% casualties, but yeah. Sovskoye was completely depopulated. And I restarted it with minus 40 degrees. Successfully. That's the migration wave you see right after that. Like, that's all migrants coming in. And they restarted Sovskoye now. Right on January. Hello, Joshi. Welcome. We ran out of chemicals, which dropped the water production to 0, which turned off the heating plants basically, and then everyone froze to death. Which is why we now have a chemical storage inside the repair station. only dedicated for the water supply. So the sewage treatment will run out of chemicals first, which is a pollution crisis, which is not that difficult. But the food factory and the chemical plant, the sewage treatment plant, take their chemicals from here, whereas the water production for the city takes chemicals from the repair station storage, where only it will get chemicals from. So it will have like 15 tons of chemicals before that becomes a crisis. We got a message that we ran out of chemicals, and immediately the water treatment plant stopped because I didn't have another buffer storage. The reason for that was, well, a small train traffic jam for the reason of an optimization route that I wanted to build. I did build it, but it cost us 10,000 people. This game is so unforgiving. Well, the more you build, the higher the chance of a catastrophe striking. I could be bringing in more migrants. We're making a lot of money now. And since we have the schools up and running, it could also be migrants from the third world, which would be a whole lot cheaper. We would just have to educate them and give them medical care, make sure they are fully up and running, and then they can start working. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to start populating the city quickly with migrants from the third world countries, which only take US currency. So lots of 500 people who will need to go through our education system. Our school. Which is going to be a little bit overloaded, but that's fine. I wish you would treat migrants like this in real life. Well, aren't we? Well, it depends on the society you live in, I guess. Integration is like very common. More food to Sovskoye. But I guess that kind of gets into a political debate. Germany, we aren't only if you got a job before you arrive. In Germany we aren't only if you got a job before you arrive. Yeah, I mean, this is the state basically pulling in workers. We're paying people to get to our country because we don't have enough workers right now. What you're talking is about like voluntary migration, and the game doesn't have that. So I'm spending money to get people to move into our country here. I need some more highly educated people. That is expensive. Not so much, 3.8 million. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, nothing is really as expensive anymore when you're treating with like a vehicle costs $1 million. It's like, sure. Let's accelerate education for the new migrants by having more workers in the school. Shouldn't take too long for them to run through our school system. Vehicle repairs have caught up. Very good. Yeah, we need to be a little bit faster with like building maintenance, I think. A flat and soft score is not getting maintenance done just for lack of workers, okay. What's up, Reichword? Any cool stuff going on in the Republic? Yeah, we completely replaced the population in Sovskoy recently. There were some dissidents, but I flushed them all out, and Sovskoy is now completely clean again. 99.9% casualty rate, but other than that, everything is going well. We're heading into winter with a completely new set of population. Okay, I should bring... I must bring the TV station up again, because with the new migrants they also need to have their loyalty raised early. I think we're gonna have to go back into mass amounts of propaganda. Loyalty first. Okay, that'll work. That's okay. Until loyalty is back to like 60% average, can flip it back around. To also provide culture and happiness boosting programs. Let's try and finish the school education for people who can finish school the fastest, to get them out of the system and into the working population. It's a little bit less efficient, but is also more efficient because we will get access to the new workers faster. And they'll stop clogging up the system. Then people will take a little bit longer because they don't have enough basic education yet. We'll just have to wait. Some already have enough education, they just need a certificate that they have completed school. That looks like. I have to take a test. Once we see like people with 0.5 education level at the top, or like in the first row, then we can turn it off again. Or once we have enough people to like run everyone through the system without the checkbox, then everyone can get an education and we don't have to like be selective about it anymore. But right now I think it's gonna make the most sense to get that unemployment number due to low education down faster. Because I still want to keep getting more migrants. We are out of US dollars because we are importing more electronics now. Another 200 tons. And then before we import grain again, we need to make sure we have some US currency at the ready. But that is not going to be a problem. Careful. Okay. Okay, we don't have enough steel anymore for the mechanical component production, so at some point this warehouse will run empty. We're not exporting any mechanical components. We have 100 tons left, which will last us... I don't know. Industry doesn't really consume mechanical components, it's like vehicle repairs, but we don't see those. Clothing missing in Sovskoy. There's barely any clothing in here too. Missing fabric. What happened? We're not bringing any fabric here anymore. I guess that's what happened. Sovskoy distribution office has to bring fabric to this. I think. Yeah, it's supposed to bring fabric here. Is the storage capacity too small? No, there's plenty of fabric. What's happening? Oh no, there's fabric. I don't know why this one is turned off. Alright, keep producing. Just prison buses here. We're unloading all clothing at the customs house. We will now stop doing that. It needs to go to the warehouse. I mean, I guess if it is full, you can unload it at the customs house. But we can also use a train to do that. I think it was just a low amount of workers. Probably need more than one factory, which we had running. But yeah, the fabric is being transported. It's just probably the insufficient amount of like trucks running from the warehouse to the factory and then to the customs house occasionally. That wasn't going so well. Need to check that route again. So we produce clothing, we bring it to the local shopping center to make sure it always has enough, and then to here? Oh yeah, we're not waiting until unloaded, I guess. I guess that's why the customs house was in there. There should always be enough room to unload all the clothing. No, we can't do that. Load clothing? Yes. Unload fabric. Wait until unloaded. Yeah, makes sense. It shouldn't be overproducing that way. I don't think. If we always wait to have all fabric unloaded, that should be fine. No, this route was okay, going to the customs house. To make sure it doesn't like grind to a halt. Only if there's no more room in the citizens' goods warehouse will it go to the customs house to unload the clothing before coming back and picking stuff up again. So I think it was set up correctly. It should not go to the customs house if it doesn't have any resources. So here it'll bring the clothing and then it should switch to loading fabric, which it does. It does not go to the customs house with an empty cargo hold. Maybe the fabric factory ran out of water? Maybe. I don't think that is likely though, because they're only supplied by trucks. I did have one factory that was completely deactivated, so now we're running double production capacity again. Hopefully that won't increase the pollution too much. But yeah, clothing should be coming back. It's just gonna take a little bit. We were only running on one clothing factory. I don't remember when I turned that off. More electronic exports, very nice. Mixed waste. Waiting until loaded. Okay. And here the hauling away of the ash isn't fast enough. Some waste trucks of the large capacity. You have some burnable waste and other waste already in there. Well, bring it here and then go into that road depot, I guess. I'm going to use this distribution office to empty out this building and drop it into a local ash dump. A free ash dump. Well, a couple of them. And that ash will just dissipate locally. It's not that much production, it's just Needs somewhere to go. We can stop using the... wait, is the other distribution office unassigned? This one was supposed to handle that. I guess that's why they're not doing anything. They're assigned to the refinery. I don't know why. I might not have had it assigned correctly and clicked the refinery instead of the incinerator. But yeah, the ash production here is very, very slow. So even the amount of dumps I just put down is going to be an overkill. Alright, we can get rid of the checkbox. And once the amount of students has like lowered itself down, once we're like close to 100 people with low education, at that point we can get more migrants. And maybe do another increased birth rating research once it becomes available. I'm supposed to go to the scrapyard. Jak cement. Yeah, go to the scrapyard. Oh, there's an MAZ cement truck. I guess we'll switch over. I don't know if I want to do another rail construction right now. Probably not, but yeah, we have more room here. I mean, the problem with this is I do have to set them up with waypoints, so I guess each train route would have to have its own waypoint. So this doesn't really work the way I thought it would. It could be a whole different, like, cargo line, like a different type of train heading this way, but for the grain train it would have to be a different one. I guess we would probably start using that parking space then. They go through here first, then this parking space, and then into the grain silo. If I had to get a third one, which I don't think I will. A little bit concerned with the food production capacity. Maximum amount of loyalty, so loyalty is not going to be a problem. For sure. People will have access to cheap electronics from the west. Not going to worry about the production methods for that. Anything else I want to import? What's the difference for chemicals? Also 20 to 1. We could be importing chemicals by ship and electronics. Anything where the price gap between rubles and US currency is quite high. For electronics, it's currently like a little bit more than 10 to 1. 1.7 million to 140,000. For chemicals, it's almost 20 to 1. 200,000 versus 12,000. So for chemicals, the import in US currency would make a lot of sense, because we probably drove the price up recently for importing a lot for our buffer storages. Alright, we'll import some chemicals. It's not going to be the export warehouse anymore. Whatever you bring back, you can unload, wait until unloaded. I could start designating a certain amount of cargo space in the ship for each type of resource. But right now we'll get a full cargo hold of chemicals, as much as we can import. And then I guess Donut City is also going to become the source of chemicals, which is shrinking the food storage capacity here more and more. I mean, I need that train connection inside the harbor. But yeah, for the time being, less food, more chemicals. We're not exporting chemicals. Although chemicals right now would be a better export good than electronics. Maybe not money-wise, like we're getting a whole lot more money in rubles for electronics, but the efficiency in transferring US currency into rubles would be a lot higher inside chemicals. Oh yeah, the distribution office of Donut City will now also have to take care of the chemical transportation. No more chemical imports. You load chemicals from here and bring them not from here. Why are you... wait, is that where I went wrong? Loading electronics from here? What the hell? Definitely not. Okay, we also deliver chemicals from Donut City Commercial to Bogodonsk and Sovskoy. And then I have to turn off the imports in those cities as well. And our warehouse distribution office will have to get to work. So it'll also bring chemicals to this city, which could be a bit risky. But we're not planning on exporting it, so the warehouse in the harbor will actually be the first warning message. Then the warehouse in the city will falter, and last but not least, the chemical supply inside the repair tram station. Once the first one falls here inside the city, the sewage treatment plant will be affected. So we have to react then. Especially because the city has running water. Oh no, this one doesn't. Sovskoy has it. I haven't built it in Donetity yet. Which means that not that much sewage is being produced. Sovskoy will have a huge issue if chemicals run out. But not as quickly, not as big of an issue as when the chemicals run out for the water production during winter. That was horrendous. I think it's time for some more migrants. Alright. That's another 600 people that will need an education in total. No extension of anything can happen until our production of steel is back online the way it's supposed to be. We're running on fumes from like a maintenance standpoint, but if we needed to import steel or other construction materials, it would also not be the end of the world.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
We still have our train bringing construction materials to Brugodonsk and locally in Sovskoy. I guess we might be able to change that to also distribution office. Although I don't mind this train running, it's like doing a good job. It's picking up the tiny amount of construction materials that we have inside the steel mill and distributing a tiny bit of steel, as much as we're making right now. Sovskoy is not going to get any, because that one is only handled by distribution offices. They'll only go and pick stuff up if enough materials are present. But the amount of material we have here should keep the city safe. Maintenance can happen, no extension is planned. Certainly not in the oil field right now, that would eat up way too much steel. Although some housing extension could be nice. The ash has been fully dispersed. And yeah. Oh my god, you put some weird stuff in here. Probably didn't have to wait until unloaded message set, and there might have been a chemical, like a hazardous waste truck in the area. Pick up when at 25%, only mixed waste. That should mean that there's at least like a container and a little bit extra. So it shouldn't be accidentally loading any other material. 20% should be already in container of 6.5 tons. Oh wait, these ones might be larger than 6.5. Yeah, they're 8 tons. That explains it. I'll pick up at 30. So it was not their fault. What happened to steel production? Sovskoy's population had to be replaced. So it needs to start running again, up to its population capacity of whatever it had before the steel mill will get the workers again. Other buildings like coal production and making sure that people don't freeze to death are a little bit more important right now. Did I turn the other heating plants down? Yes, okay. I was thinking of running emergency heating when everything collapsed, but decided against it. Why are you not transporting anything to Kirillov? Are you busy right now? No. So from food production, loading food to Kirillov grocery store. It's not transporting right now for some reason. I wonder if the train has already reserved all the food in the storage for itself, and that's why the other distribution office isn't sending out any vehicle. Load from the food factory directly. Alright, that'll fix that. Seems like it. Seems like the train has reserved itself the amount of food it wants to load, and then no other distribution office vehicle is moving towards that building. That's kind of handy. Causes some other problems, but if you know it, I guess you can plan for it. Yes, we're trying to keep up with the alcohol production, but the worker count here is a little bit low. Wait, that was a different warning. Somewhere else there was no alcohol. In Sovskoye. Which is being transported. I think I'm going to take a break now. I'm going to go get some food, and we'll stream something different later today, after a break. This was too exciting, but yeah, seems like the city design itself is quite robust. At least from what we saw so far. Like restarting it with a low amount of population. Just make sure to have enough workers in the heating, the clinic, and the water production, and then it will slowly start back up. Yeah, that was a good test, I guess. But for now, I'm gonna have to take a break. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We will raid someone. I'm going to raid you over to Decipher, who's doing a music stream. Shocker. It's really annoying to type the name of Decipher, but I think I got it. If you want to stick around and listen to some electronic music, I'll probably be streaming for another hour at least. He does a lot of scratching. But if not, that is fine too. So, like I said, thank you very much. I wish you all a good rest to your Saturday. I'll be back later, but I'm going to take a bit of a break now. And yeah, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.